Good evening, everyone. The October 24 monthly meeting of the Dickenson County School Board is now in session. For the record, I'd like to recognize that all school board members are present except Mr. Hackney, who has job-related responsibilities out of town, Tanya Baker, Board Clerk, Scott Mullen, School Board Attorney, and Mrs. Robinson, the Division Superintendent. At this time, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence? During the moment of silence, please remember the family of Chester Lee Adams, who recently passed away. Mr. Adams worked in Dickenson County for 4 years as a fourth grade teacher and is a brother to Linda Dixon.
I pledge allegiance.
Board members, we have an agenda for tonight's meeting. Are there any additions or revisions to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, we are recommending the somewhat of changing the order of the agenda. You have that agenda before you, and I'll just go through it. I think that'll be easier to understand. Our next item would be the consent agenda, item number 2. The next item would be information for the board. The next item, number 4, would be public comment. And the next item would be the presentation of safety resources, equipments, and protocols in DCPS schools. As you see, number 6 is our open meeting agenda, then board comment, and then closed session. So no item has been changed. We are just recommending a change of order from our usual agenda, sir.
Do we have a motion to approve the agenda with these items moved around?
So approved.
Do we hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. So our next agenda item is the consent agenda, which includes the approval of minutes, the approval of monthly invoices, revenue and expenditure summary, discussion of school activity funds, approval of field trips, approval of new elementary school construction invoices, the approval of the construction bank reconciliation document, and Dickenson County Public Schools health statement account. Are there any questions or discussion of the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by saying no? All right. Thank you. Our next agenda item is information for the school board. Mrs. Robinson.
Mr. Chair and board members, if I may, I'd like to read a statement, please. Good evening, members of the school board, staff, parents, and our school community. I come before you tonight to address a situation that has deeply shaken all of us, a student bringing a firearm to one of our schools. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge how unsettling and frightening this event has been for our entire community and for me on a deeply personal level. The safety of our students and staff is our highest priority. And I want to thank the parent who reported this incident and local law enforcement personnel, including Sheriff Fleming, Lieutenant Chris Mullins, Officer Stephanie Mullins, Officer Grant Garrett, Officer Roley Bowman, all of our SROs, and our law enforcement officers for their quick actions and continued response. While no evidence exists that this child brought the gun to school with any specific harm or intention to harm others, we must take this opportunity to reflect on how we move forward, both as a school division and a community. At this moment, I believe it's essential for us not just to respond with policies and procedures, but also with compassion and understanding. The student involved in this incident is an 8-year-old child, described by his teacher as a good kid, who was acting like a normal second-grade student. While the presence of a weapon in our school is inexcusable and deeply concerning, we must also recognize that this event reflects a larger issue. This child, like many others, may be struggling in ways we don't always see. It is our responsibility to address these struggles with care. To that end, I would like to highlight 3 key areas where we need to focus our attentions in response to this incident. First of all, support for our students and families and staff. In the aftermath of this event, our priority is ensuring that every student and staff member has the support they need to process what has happened. We have expanded our counseling service, and we've encouraged open dialogue in our schools to help students and their families cope with any feelings of fear or anxiety that may arise. We want to make sure that no one feels alone or unsupported during this time. Compassionate intervention. For the student who brought the firearm to school, we will work closely with their family and mental health professionals that this child receives the necessary support. This is not only a matter of discipline, but also of healing and in growth. We need to understand the circumstances that led to this behavior and to provide this student with responses to make better choices in the future. Our response must balance accountability with empathy and care. And third, preventing future incidents. Moving forward, we will review our safety procedures very carefully to identify ways we can prevent incidents like this from happening again. This includes working with local law enforcement, mental health experts, and our school community to ensure that we proactively identify and address risk factors before they escalate to dangerous situations. Our schools should always be a safe haven for learning, for growth, and development. And as we address this incident, we must take a balanced approach, one that ensures safety, while always remember that we are here to nurture, guide, and support all of our students, even those who make serious mistakes. I, for one, would ask for your continued trust as we navigate this challenging moment. Since Friday night, we can agree to disagree on many things, but in the end, these disagreements will not address the real issue or bring our community closer. This is a defining moment in our community and for our school division, as we choose to work together to foster a community that not only ensures the safety of all of our students and staff, but also promotes their emotional and mental well-being. Our children are looking at us and how we respond to what happened. Thank you for your time, your understanding, and your commitment to the safety and care of every child in our district. Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Board members, in light of the recent incident, and I know you're great caring for our students and safety, I would just like to make the motion to direct the division superintendent to increase school safety protocols, including the use of metal detectors, and to purchase and install weapons detection systems in each of our schools.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. So continuing on with information for the board, please, Ms. Robinson.
At this time, yes, sir.
Gotcha. All right, so not the rest of the information for the school board. And that brings us now to public comment. And what? Oh, Mr. Vanover has it? Okay. You got the public comment. The guidelines that Mr. Hackney normally reads. Yeah, somebody have, does we have those anywhere?
In my packet here.
We're getting there. Bear with us. We've lost a piece of paper. Got it?
I do.
All
I
right.
did not know that, sorry.
Oh, no problem. No problem. All right, so now we'll move to public comment. Mr. Vanover, will you please read the guidelines for public comment?
I will.
And Ms. Martin, will you please be our timekeeper?
A period of time for public comment will be designated on the meeting agenda, during which the public may comment on issues related to public education. The Dickenson County School Board believes that the citizens of the county should be heard, and that this is an acceptable format for receiving public comment. After the public comment section of the meeting is closed, the public shall not be allowed to participate in general board member discussions regarding agenda items. Public participation with the board members regarding agenda items can be disruptive, and the practice is prohibited by Robert's Rules of Order. It is the desire of the school board to treat each member of the public fairly and equally. Allowing one individual to participate while excluding others is unfair. The board may hold such public hearings as may be necessary to allow the public to more fully express their concerns, or the board may place a public comment section at any meeting at the end of the meeting to allow additional public comments. While we do not wish to restrict the free expression of opinion, we feel that certain restrictions may be necessary so that order and reasonable standards of decorum may be maintained. We ask that the following standards be adhered to. The speaker will be recognized by the chair. Each speaker will be limited to 5 minutes. Speakers will refrain from the use of vulgarity or profanity and will avoid negative or embarrassing comments directed towards specific children or students. Board members should not respond to issues presented by speakers unless clarification is necessary. Matters of concern raised under public comment will be referred to the proper official for investigation and future board consideration if necessary.
Thank you, sir. Sorry. No problem. Don't see Mr. Short. He's not with us, is he? All right. So, board would like to welcome Ms. Phyllis Mullins.
Ms. Robinson. As president of the DEA recognizes that this is a serious incident, and we want to thank everyone, especially our law enforcement, and Mrs. Robinson, and everyone who was involved, Mrs. Martin and everyone, for taking quick action. And we want to assure our members that their safety is of high priority, and we need to stand together, united as a strong community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mullins. Board would like to recognize Justin Lau. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, all of you. I've had a few things that I really wanted to talk about. First time I've ever came to one of y'all's school board meetings. And, just like as Ms. Robinson was reading, the information to the board. All right, Mr. Hicks, I guess you're the chairman, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you made the motion. I still found it very concerning that it took so long for anybody else to speak up, which I will commend Mr. Rasnick for seconding your motion about adding the metal detectors and all that kind of thing. Because these guys up here, all your sheriff's office, your school resources officers and stuff, they can only do so much. But you guys is in the position to allow her to put more resources in to protect my children, all these other people's children. That's the only reason I'm here. And just like she also said, the accountability. I mean, can you all honestly say that you protected my kid along with the rest of these as children? I mean, yes, nothing happened. Thank God nothing happened. But they were still a firearm made it into our school system. All right, we need to quit being reactive and start being proactive. I mean, that's all there is to it. You go into a courthouse. What do? You go through a metal detector, you empty your pockets out, they check your stuff. You go to a race at Bristol, 160,000 fans. I was there just a month ago. Even my 8-year-old child went to the race with me. We march right through a metal detector. We have a clear bag. We look at it. We take a cooler. They empty it out. They look at it. What's the big deal? I mean, come on, guys. We can do better. And it's embarrassing when you see it on the news, Dickenson County, that there's a firearm made it. And yes, we do need accountability, and I'm sure this child and their parents, but also we got to have accountability with this board and your superintendent. I mean, you're just as at fault as anybody else. These teachers, these principals, they do what they can. But you guys failed. I mean, I just hate to say it. You can do better. I know you can. We're Dickenson County. That's all I got. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Would like to recognize Miss Vicki Standiford. Welcome, Ms. Standiford.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I was here a couple of months ago, and I brought up a lot of things about the bullying in the school and our desire to bring awareness to that and to limit those actions by students and by teachers, unfortunately. And for 4 years, from 2018 to 2021, the Dickenson County Public School reported no incidents of bullying for 4 years to the Virginia Department of Education. And that's very hard to believe from all the responses and stories I have read from parents, because they date in that time period that a lot of bullying has went on and for years in this county, in this school. A lot of it happens in the bathrooms. Children are afraid to go to the bathroom because they may get mixed up in vaping and fights and be accused of something they were not a part of, just wanting to actually use the bathroom. And I mean, that's not acceptable. I mean, how can they go all day and not go to the bathroom? Pictures are taken of children high-stressed using the bathroom and then put on the internet. Now, the vaping, I've heard different things. You can't catch them vaping because you can't put a camera in the bathroom. And that's right, I understand that. However, when I was in school, the teachers went in the bathrooms. very often. So can we not have someone to check these bathrooms out to keep this from happening? It's one of the main places things happen. It's incomprehensible to me that something cannot be done about this. There's cameras in the school. I've heard there's none in the stairways, and a lot of things happen in the stairways. Drugs, sexual actions, people passed out because of drugs. It has to be taken care of. Our children are a number one asset for this county. Our county cannot continue if our children cannot survive here. Their safety is number one. And, I also, and I'm sorry for hitting the table, also the metal detectors I've understood are not in operation due to funding. Well, and there's not one at the elementary school. I think, this incident last week could have been prevented if there had been a metal detector. So where is the funding? I mean, where can we get the funding? You get $17,000 a year for each student. You have 1,800 students, That comes to $31 million. I know school's expensive. Everything's expensive. But safety of our students, as Ms. Robinson said, safety is the number one concern. So where can we get this? Get the metal detectors activated. The funding has to come from somewhere. Bullying has long-term consequences. Depression, anxiety, feelings of loneliness, self-blame, lowered self-esteem, dropping out of school. And I've heard from students that's going through all this, some that's already graduated and are still in this state. We have to do something better for our children. Between the ages of 15 to 19, suicide is the number 2 leading cause of death. But between the ages of 14 and 15, it is the leading cause of death. If a child has been bullied, they're 2 to 9 times more likely to commit suicide or try. Teachers should not berate children. That's part of the bullying. And that's happened in the 3rd grade this year I know of. Screams, threatens, or using biting sarcasm to humiliate a child in front of the class. Or another definition is using power to punish, manipulate, disparage a student beyond what would be a reasonable disciplinary procedure. Most teachers are excellent in this school. I know several of the teachers, and most of them are excellent. There are some that need more training or need to find another job because there's no reason to bully a student. A student shouldn't be told, you shouldn't be in my class if you need an IEP. You don't belong in my class. An IEP is federal law. It has to be accommodated. It can't be ignored just because a person is hard to deal with. There's a reason they have an IEP. Just a moment. In 21 to 22, 19% of students aged 12 to 18 reported being bullied at school. You can't tell me we're the only school that don't have any bullying. You can't report no bullying when 19% of the children are being bullied. Now, you may code it a different way so it doesn't look like bullying, but down the bottom line is it is bullying. There's too many stories of children being bullied.
Thank you, Ms. Stanifer. Thank you. You're out of time.
Okay.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board would like to recognize Mr. Kelly Fleming. Welcome, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Before I say anything tonight, I think just as we all should, and even maybe you all should before all meetings to come, I'd like to address and give thanks to the only reason that we stand here tonight having escaped a tragedy, and that's because of the one true living God, the love, mercy, and grace that is in Jesus Christ. So I'd like to lead some prayer. Lord, we thank you for your grace, your mercy upon this county, on these schools. And God, we pray for wisdom and guidance as to how to navigate through it. Lord, we pray that we would do so with love, God, with mercy and grace as you've bestowed upon us. And God, thank you, God, for protecting our children not only recently, but God, in the years, many years before, and we pray for many years to come. God, we pray for this young man, his family, and what's just occurred. God, we pray that you would just touch his heart, serve that family, God, and that we would be able to find the solutions, that our county would be blessed and you would get the glory. We love you and we thank you. It's in the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Say amen.
Amen.
So I stood before you just a month ago, pleading with you to make arrangements to have metal detectors placed back inside of our schools and for other safety policies to be considered. And I'm very grateful for your motion tonight. And I thank you for that, and I thank you, board, for supporting that. The reason that I spoke the last time before this board was because of the overwhelming burden from the Lord that my wife and I have had about the safety at Ridgeview campus. I believe with everything in me that God has protected our children. And I know that some of you do also, because I was with some of you when we prayed over the schools before this school year. I also believe that God has given us abilities, resources, and common sense to address the needs in our school and in our world. And I want to make this very clear. I do not think that any of you, including Ms. Robinson, has any ill will or intent toward our children and want the very best. But people make mistakes. People make mistakes. I make mistakes, and mistakes have definitely been made in regard to school safety, in my opinion. A mistake was made when metal detectors were purchased but never utilized for safety. Mistakes were made when they were unplugged a couple of years ago, and I addressed that with Mrs. Robinson. Mistakes were made when the metal detectors were taken out of the schools recently, and I addressed that. Mistakes were made when there had been little to no change in safety since I addressed you even a month ago. And mistakes were made in the address to the public of the recent incident involving the student with the gun. There may have been no specific intent from this young man, but there was a threat. There may not have been a specific threat, but there is a threat any time that a student has a weapon on school property. There could have been transferred intent by accidentally discharging the weapon, another student attempting to wrestle it away, or God forbid, our law enforcement officers having to use force due to that child brandishing it. I'm grateful for law enforcement's response. I'm grateful for those reporting it and many other things, but all of that is reactive. And we need proactive measures and added layers to existing safety and security policies. We will never cover all of the bases, and we can never control everything, but that is no excuse to do nothing, and we should control what we can. I know the people in this county very well. We have some of the most wonderful, godly, loving, caring people, but we also have some very terrible home situations. Ask the Department of Social Services. Situations where kids have access to weapons, drugs, alcohol, and adult content. I've seen this with my own eyes. Children at a young age abused, or that spend 5 to 8 hours on social media or video games with violent content. And they have a desensitized mind to death and violence. Just like the 6-year-old in Newport News that shot his teacher. How sad for that child. These are things that we can't control, but what can we control? We can control the environment, security, and the policy and procedure of our schools. There are so many things that we could say and suggest, but the question is, what are we going to do and what are we going to do now? The number one priority of the school should be safety, even before education. But our priorities are evident through where we spend our time, our energy, and our money. We need a temporary solution while we develop a permanent solution very quickly. I've spoken to all board members since addressing you last month, and all board members have been beyond supportive and have shared many of my thoughts and ideas as well. Mr. Hicks has even sat down with me numerous times to discuss possibilities and concerns, and I'm beyond grateful for all the board members and their support. But why has nothing changed? What is the holdup to something we should have done years ago, especially when the board agrees? I believe this needs to be addressed, especially if those that are tasked to carry out the board's suggestions and directives are not doing so. Mistakes have been made and mistakes will be made, but when it comes to mistakes, we must first accept responsibility. learn from them, and then move on with the motivation of doing better. I ask that you do that, and I ask that you leave no room for any other answer than yes when asked, did you do everything in your power and ability to keep our schools safe? My prayer is that God give us continued protection, but also wisdom and urgency in making the needed changes in our school system. And once again, I appreciate the motion tonight, and I pray that it can be resolved very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. This time, the board would like to recognize Ms. Chandra Johnson. Welcome, Ms. Johnson.
I've also never been to a school board meeting or spoke at a school board meeting, but I'm not here about the gun or the metal detectors. And me being here is no reflection on the middle school where my daughter's a student or Mr. Whitner, or it's about the attendance policy. And I know that's on your agenda tonight, and I just have questions. I think a lot of parents have questions about how it's being implemented and if it's being consistently implemented. And I had a teacher tell me that if a student checked in or checked out, even with a doctor's excuse, it wasn't excused, that it would be considered unexcused. My neighbor said that the nurse sent her child home from school several times for vomiting, and he had points deducted from his final grade for being sent home by the nurse. And I guess I just had questions. I printed off what was on Facebook at the beginning of the school year that listed excused absences as illness, prearranged appointments, family death or emergency, religious observances, extenuating circumstances, and exceptional circumstances. And I assumed myself that that included check-ins and check-outs. I guess that just for me and a lot of other people, I just would like for the board to clarify some of that with us about how exactly what would be unexcused if check-ins and check-outs are unexcused, if a doctor tells my child not to come back to school for so many days, if that will be excused. If I have to check my daughter out to take her to the orthodontist or the eye doctor or any medical care whatsoever, if that would be excused with a note from the doctor. And if I was told if a child has 3 tardies, that's 1 unexcused absence, and 1 point is deducted from each class for the 9 weeks, all of the classes, not just the class that the child was tardy in or checked out of or whatever, but it was all the classes. And for every unexcused absence, it's a point deducted from all the classes. I was also curious if there was any exception to the attendance policy for children that might suffer chronic illness. There's certain chronic illnesses that have special protections under federal law, like cancer, diabetes, ADHD. There's a whole list that I'm not going to name that have special protections. And I was curious if there were any exceptions for anything like that. I was trying to think if there was anything else. But that's mainly all that I wanted to speak about. For me and for a lot of other parents, just going forward so that I know what to expect. I know a lot of kids had points deducted at the end of this 9 weeks. Now, one parent told me that her child had 20 points deducted at the end of this 9 weeks. And that's an honor roll student that's been going to school with my child for quite some time. So I thought that didn't sound exactly right to me, but I'm sure there's a lot of people that would like to have confirmation just going forward so that we all are clear on what the school board and the schools expect from us parents on those issues. And that's really about all that I have to say.
Mr. Chair, I'd like just to request that a meeting be set up with Ms. Johnson and also our Ms. Martin and our attendance coordinator. I think I saw him here just a few moments ago to explain that. And Ms. Johnson, if you could give Ms. Martin your telephone number right here, what we will do is that we will set up a meeting specifically with you, answer your questions, or at least go through them. And then what we will do is that we will publish those, and perhaps that will be more informative for everyone. So, Mr. Compton, are you here? Dr. Compton, are you here? Okay, he's right there behind. And so these two will meet with you, Ms. Johnson, at your convenience. And if you'll bring your questions, that would be great, and then we can address them that way. You may have specific questions or something specific that we can work with. And it's Mrs. Karen Martin and Dr. Chad Compton.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. That's the last person I'd had written down for public comment. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak public comment? Yes, sir. Yeah, come on down, please.
If you could just state your name, sir. When you come to the podium, if you'll state your name. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Frederick Smith. Like I said, this is my first time at a school board meeting. The reason we're here tonight is because of the incident that happened. Our 9-year-old daughter and our 2 grandsons were on the bus that when the firearm was discovered. They are absolutely terrified. When we got to questioning them about it, they never even come home and told us about it. And we got to question them about it. Our oldest grandson said, it raised everybody's alarm on the bus when they heard a girl go to screaming and crying that she had been choked with firearm. They proceeded to tell us that all the children on the bus elected not. I asked them, I said, why did you not tell the bus driver? Did anybody tell the driver? No one told the driver. They said the children elected not to tell the driver in fear of getting shot. So they elected just to keep their mouth shut till they got off the bus. And, as a parent, as a grandparent, it is very, very concerning that this happened. Even though the child may have not intentionally threatened anyone, but the potential for violence or the potential for a death was still there. And, as parents, we would all like to know, y'all talk about metal detectors and all these other, how long is it going to take for that to come into play? How long is it going to take for that to happen? Or is this just something that's just going to get talked about and swept under the rug? And on another subject, my 9-year-old daughter, me and her were discussing the other day, just talking about things in general about school.
Sir, could you speak a little bit closer into the microphone?
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, sir. That's okay.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Anyway, like I said, the other day, me and my 9-year-old daughter, we were just having general discussions about things at school, how things was going. And she brought up, like, of the evenings when she goes to get on the bus, that, she sees kids in the corner doing things, kissing, and she told me, she said, Dad, I don't know what all else they're doing. Our children are being exposed to things like this lady said, things that goes on in the bathroom, things that goes on in the stairwell. Can those things not be addressed so our children are not exposed to things said, these are just some concerns of the parents. And I mean, could y'all give us an answer as to, okay, how long is it going to take to implement these safety processes, these safety protocols? Are y'all prepared to give us an answer tonight? You know, I think, yeah, everybody here understands that, okay, we can't pin you down to an exact date and time as to, well, it'll happen on this date. But could y'all possibly ease our mind as to a month, 3 weeks, 2 weeks?
Normally we don't respond, but I'll throw it out there. Our conversation today is to give our folks time to begin to work out these procedures. One, to communicate to students and to parents, hey, these may be the items that you would not want to bring to carry with you. Like, let's just use an umbrella, for example.
Yes.
You're going to bring an umbrella, carry it in your hand, not in your backpack.
Not in your backpack.
And so,
yeah, I understand.
all those things just so that we can move people through as quickly and fastly as possible.
Yes.
Tentatively, that should begin next Wednesday.
And will they also,
Well, yeah, and that would be Wanding. And
yeah, that's what I was getting ready to ask. Like the gentleman spoke, if you go to a race, my wife recently had a concert. You're looking at thousands of people. They run through there with wands and stuff. They do it quickly. But now they will start the wand, and did you say next week?
That is our plan, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I had someone else. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Chelsea Deal. I have been a substitute for 2 years. I have coached for 4 years. Very active with our community. My concern, as not only a parent, but as a very active member of our school community, is that this is not being taken as serious as it should. For one, whenever you think of a school shooting, immensely you think of AR-15. That's what you think of typically. That's what normally people think of. Very bulky weapon being carried in by someone. You can notice that. The fact of the matter is, this was a handgun. It is a semi-automatic weapon, the same as an AR-15. An automatic weapon is not legal in the state of Virginia. They are both semi-automatic weapons. I have a gun range in my yard. I can get off just as many rounds with my handgun in the same speed as I can with my AR. The difference is, yes, my AR holds more rounds. It does. My daily carry holds 12. 12 rounds is too much. It is too much. That's 12 lives that could be taken. My concern is, for one, why was we not informed when it happened? Why was there not an emergency school board meeting called? And as parents, us informed, our children's lives were at risk. School went on like nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. We was not informed till a letter was posted to social media 24 hours later. My concern as a parent, as a coach, at what point are we going to actually take it as the severity as it was instead of, even talking today, yes, there's going to be metal detectors in place. There's going to be changes to things. I am so very grateful for that. But my concern is, why did it take this long? Why did it take this long? My concern is, why is it that we was not informed immediately? Why is it that I get calls daily about things from the middle school when I don't have a child in middle school, but yet I didn't get a call about this? Things have to be taken in the severity that they are. These could have been lives taken, and we're just lucky that we're here at a school board meeting instead of attending children's funerals. And that is, and at the end of the day, everybody is saying, yes, this child needs counseling, and he does. He does. I feel for that child. I truly do. But I would much rather see changes to policy. I would much rather see metal detectors at every corner of that school. I would much rather feel safe sending my children than it being this child's getting counseling. Because to me, I'm sorry, that's a slap on the wrist. I'm sorry, that is not good enough as a parent to me to ensure that my child is safe. Counseling is one thing, yes, it is needed. the actual changes need made. If you look at, and I'm sure you know the active shooter policy through and through. I know it. My children know it. The policy states you lock the door, you put the thing down, the little thing over the doors, that was bought this year, and then they sit at the back of the class quietly. They're sitting ducks at that point. It's an easy target. They're children. My 10-year-old was throwing up for 2 days straight because he was terrified to go back to school. And his thought process, because I told him, I said, baby, I don't care what that policy states. You hide somewhere. I don't care what your policy states. You get somewhere safe. And he told me, Mommy, I can't get to my sissy. He's 10. He is 10 years old. As a parent, I understand you can't be everywhere at once. I understand you can't prevent every single thing that happens in that school. I completely understand that. Policy changes need to be made, not just with the metal detectors. The active shooter policy needs to be redone. It needs to be reviewed and redone, and the law enforcement needs to be involved in redoing that, because the policy states right now, you're literally setting my child up as a sitting duck. That's exactly what that is. Something has to change, because at what point are we going to say enough's enough? When we're planning funerals? Because I don't want it to come to that. I don't want to plan my child's or a child that I coached. Like, I don't want to attend those. And my concern is that it's not being taken serious. It is being brushed aside. Even you're talking about it like it's a casual Tuesday. It's not. A weapon was brought into the school, was there all day long, and not discovered until that evening. This school being consolidated could have been the best thing that has ever happened to this county. And a lot of my kids' classmates are literally being pulled out of the school and put somewhere else because they don't feel safe in their school. At some point, something has to be done in the county. It has to be. These kids deserve better. Not just us parents. These children deserve better. My child deserves to be safe at school. Something has to be done. Policies have to be reviewed. That's all I really got to say about all that.
Thank you, Ms. Gill.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
My name is Melissa Stanley, and I'm going to try to get through this without crying. I see your policy for an active shooter. I have a special needs grandson that won't go in the back of the class and be quiet. Do you have any plans for those special needs babies? And that's all I want to know.
Anyone else? Public comment. Welcome.
My name is Caitlin Osborne, and I would like to ask you all to consider the children that are scared to go back to school, and with our new attendance policy, what kind of advice do you have for those parents and those children? I know we have counseling available in the schools, but, you know, as Ms. Robinson said, she thanks us for our continued trust. Well, trust has been lost. Nothing happened today or Friday, but it could have. Loaded or unloaded, a firearm was in our schools. And children and parents are scared of that. And I would like for you all to think from a parent's perspective and from a child's perspective what your response to that would be.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make public comment? All right, we have no one else for public comment. Sorry.
My name is Brittany Turner, and this is not my first time at a school board meeting, and it won't be my last time to speak up for my son who suffers with severe autism. non-speaking level 3. I've come to this board many times, Ms. Robinson, in hopes to make changes for our special needs populations, to try and accommodate our schools better for our special needs populations, because currently Ridgeview is a wonderful campus. It's great, state of the art, but not for my son and not for people like him. He needs his own school. He needs his own place. Our county needs to look very closely. Fort Blackmore School of Excellence, if you don't know what it is, I encourage you to look at it. It's in Scott County, ran by Scott County Public Schools, a school for children with disabilities only. It's not an alternative education school like the Resilience Ridge. It's not for behavioral students. It's for disabled children to have a school of their own, to have a place of their own where we don't have to worry about getting our child into school. Last year, I couldn't get my child into the school because of parent pickup line and traffic. I have to delay my child's arrival 30 minutes because he can't come into your school. His classmates who are in wheelchairs, they don't have adaptive playground equipment at your schools. You have one swing at Ridgeview Elementary, one that children can use, maybe 30 pounds, 40 pounds. What about your children in wheelchairs? What about your physically disabled children? They have nothing. You have a slide in the entrance of the elementary school that they roll by every day. I want you to think about that. In your Code of Virginia, recreation is in policy. They must have adaptive equipment. Ridgeview is wonderful again. You've got an NFL stadium, but you have no adaptive equipment for disabled children. The Fort Blackmore School of Excellence, again, is ran by Scott County Public Schools. It's funded by Scott County Public Schools. It's not a private school, and again, it's not a school where children go that are in trouble and behavioral issues, because they need to go somewhere too. I'm a professional counselor in our community, and I see them every day. Everyone deserves a second chance and rehabilitation, but my son deserves a school where he can access a free and appropriate public education that's stated in the code, because it is, and I appreciate the efforts that have already been made, but unfortunately, they're not enough. They're not enough for my son only. No, there's so many more. And there's so many more parents who are uneducated about their rights and their responsibility to stand up for their children. And I can't sit quiet anymore and send emails and meet with staff on a personal basis because it's not getting done. I requested a middle school recreation environment for my son back in May. I reviewed the school and said, this isn't okay. There's no safe place for him to go. He's 250 pounds. And 5'6". He meets me here. He can become physically aggressive. He has autism spectrum disorder, which is a developmental delay. He can't control his aggression. He can't control his emotions. He's in therapy. He's on medicine. But he can become aggressive and hurt people. I was pretty much asked, the solution was to take him to Wise County to put him in Minnick. And I said, no, I'm not doing it. He deserves to be at Ridgeview, and he deserves to have his own accommodations. So does all the other kids there. But again, I encourage you to look at Scott County, Fort Blackmore School of Excellence. Please, there's a Facebook page. They post every day. It's a school for disabled children. And in our county, I think we've accommodated our county with a collaborative, and I love Ridgeview. I'm all about it. My 8-year-old loves it. Every sport, every event, go Ridgeview. But my son needs a school. Not only Mikey, but so many others. They need help. We can't get our kids to school. We can't get our kids out of school. We can't accommodate if this environment is, we can't be inclusive when we can't even get in the doors. There was one entry point to Ridgeview Elementary last year, only one door. We sat in the parent pickup line for 30 minutes screaming, yelling, banging head on the windshield. Yes, he becomes aggressive, but he can't help it. He has a developmental disorder. So again, I encourage you to really look at what you're doing for our special needs population, and you've accommodated our county well, and I thank you for your service and all you do. It's not an easy job, and I thank Ms. Robinson for all she does, but it's simply not enough for our special needs population. We need more. And I think we are now at the point in time where we have a consolidated school, and that's wonderful, but we need also a separate school for our special needs population. We have plenty of room here on the ridge. We have a vacant school at Clintwood Elementary that could easily be turned into something like that. So I'd recommend that you really look into that and appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Welcome.
My name's Nora Deal, and I am the mother of a fourth grader. This is the first school board meeting. I never thought I'd have to come and speak at one, but my concern is a concern another parent brought up. Why did I find out on Facebook about all this that went on with a gun? It's my brother-in-law doesn't have Facebook, but he does have 2 children that go to this school. And he had no idea what had happened, though he doesn't have Facebook, so how would he know? So we got no call. No, I get calls about pajama day. Why did I not get a phone call about a gun? My daughter is an attendance avenger. She has the opportunity to mentor other little kids, and now she's scared to go to school. And I had no idea until I got on Facebook Saturday morning that anything had happened, and I actually saw the sheriff's department. I saw their post before I ever saw anything from the school board. And communication is where you build trust with parents. That's the only way you build trust with parents. I'm trusting you guys with my whole universe. I have lost one child already. I will not risk losing another child. I will keep her home and homeschool her before I ever let that happen. And she is a good student. She, like I said, she's an attendance avenger. Her grades are great. Her attendance is great. She is a cheerleader. I'm an assistant softball coach. She plays softball. She has a lot of opportunities that I do not want taken from her because I can't trust you. You know? What are you going to do to increase communication with parents? That's the question that I have, because Facebook is not where I need to find out there's a gun in school. And I think every parent feels that way. Because what happens if I don't want social media anymore? I can't trust that I'll get a call if something as terrifying as a gun being brought into school. Like, it's not, this isn't, it's not a BB gun, or like, it's a gun, like a firearm. I'm a gun owner. You know, I know what happens with guns. I like to hunt. I know what guns do to people and animals, and it's serious. It's not pajama day. I get calls about Spirit Week. I get calls about, like I said, the pajama day thing. It seems like every other week I'm getting a call about a special day at school, and I didn't get a call about this. And in all honesty, I'm extremely angry because I can't trust the people that I'm supposed to be able to trust with my child, who loves school. She loves school, and now she's scared. What am I supposed to do as a parent about that? Because my only job in this world is to protect my baby. That's it. I need more communication. Everybody in here needs more communication to gain trust back. And that's my biggest concern.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a public comment? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
That boy was in my son's kindergarten class. He locked him in the bathroom and wouldn't let him out. When he came out, he took a bottle of cleaner and sprayed it in his face. He come home and he told me about it, and him being in kindergarten, I brushed it off like, oh, that's just going to be, a kid. Sunday evening, we were having the discussion with my son about going back to school and what he should look for, and if he's seen a gun, what to do. His words to me were, Mom, if anybody would bring a gun to school, and he named the child. At that point, I didn't know who, I hadn't found out who the child was, and I was like, Brody, oh my goodness, no, he would not do that. So this really hits home to me because I'm not so sure that his intentions was that innocent. I know the family. I feel extremely sorry for the child. I don't know what the answer is. But I could sit and cry thinking about sending my kid to school. He walks through that door. I have no control over what happens. So I am putting all my trust into you all. He is my life. He is my everything. And even with myself, I have been like, you know, this isn't such a big deal. You know, I'm making it too much. You know, it's not as, you know, I'm making it more than what it is. And then when he said the name, and it hit home that my son had already been bullied by him. And to mention, when that happened, nobody from the school contacted me. So yes, please, be transparent. Please let us know. Please, I'm begging you. I want my son to go to school. I want him to thrive here. But I also want him to feel safe. So I hope and pray that you all will see the urgency in coming up with a plan for everybody to feel better about sending their children to school. Thank you, and thank you so much, Mr. Hicks. I noticed that there was such a delay from everyone else, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for seeing that this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
I'm Adrienne Childress. I know a lot of you from elementary school to church, a lot of different places. I have 3 kids, 2 in elementary school, 1 in middle school, and a whole slew of other kids I really love and adore. I don't believe that this board wants anything bad to happen. I really don't. And I thank you for the motion of metal detectors and more safety measures to be put in the school. Monday, I dropped my kids off at elementary school, and I looked at Stephanie, and I thanked her with tears in my eyes, and she got them in hers, because I do thank these resource officers. Officer Grant helps my little pre-K-er get into school almost every day because he's just a pre-K-er and a wild one, and I appreciate you, Grant, for that. I know that our sheriff's office has I've worked with some of them before, and I know that they're doing everything that they can, and I am very appreciative, and I just hope that all our concerns and our voices are heard. That way a situation isn't different than what it was. But I do thank this board, our sheriff's office, and our resource officers very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make public comment? Welcome.
My name is Samantha Hibbets. I have 2 children in the schools. I've got one in the middle school, and I've got one in the elementary school. Got a couple of things. I agree with just about everybody that's come up here. The way that it was communicated was not up to what it should have been, which I understand. There's legalities. You all have to be careful about what you do publish, what you do let us know, especially if it's an ongoing investigation. But the fact that it was done on social media, there could have been a better stakeholder for that. Like everybody says, we get 500 calls about after the bell. pajama day. So why didn't we get a call over this? And I get the calls on the weekends too, so I know we could have got one on the weekend. Also, the trust thing. I do have some misplaced trust now, because not only with this situation, but last week, my son broke his foot at school. He's my kid. He comes by it honest. I'm not blaming anybody for him getting hurt. I'm upset at the fact that he went to the school nurse at 1:30 crying, and I was not informed that he was hurt until 15 till 3, and them saying, oh, well, I think he can ride the bus home. I get there, my child has visibly been crying. He's pale as a sheet, and his foot is so swollen that he can't put it back in his shoe. But yet I did not get a phone call until he told them they had to call me because he could not walk anymore. But he was sent to class with an ice pack and told, if it doesn't feel any better, we can give you a Tylenol. I understand. I'm a nurse. Kids fake things. I get it. But if there's any type of intervention that needs to be done like that, like give them an ice pack, or if there's concern that it might bother them later, it would be really appreciative if we were informed. That way we can make that decision for our child if they need to stay and see what happens, or if we want to come and get them evaluated somewhere else. So that's my spiel on that. I also do have a suggestion. I don't know if it's possible or not, because I know the county is divided on guns. Some are okay with them, some aren't. But considering that this has happened, I feel like every child needs some basic gun safety. And wondering if it would be possible to get a program started to have at the schools during an encore time, to just teach basic gun safety to kids. If you know where your parent's gun is, don't touch it. It's not for you. They're not toys. If they see somebody with a gun, it's okay to tell somebody. Make sure that you're away from that person when you tell on them, but it's okay. Like they said, they were scared to death because they thought they'd get shot. Kids need to know the proper way to go about reporting things like that. They also need to know, okay, my friend said that they're going to bring a gun. I need to say something about that too. Just because they see it, okay, yeah, fine. But if they hear somebody talking about it, they need to have that put into their little minds. You need to tell us about that too. So many times kids think, oh, well, I'm being a tattletale. That's not the case. They need to know when it is important to say something and when it's not. That way it can be properly addressed. Finally, I am going to say I am glad that you all are going to be bringing back metal detectors, but I'm also going to say it's a shame that they wasn't already used. They were there when my son started middle school. They were there for years, and to find out that they had not been utilized, that's a problem. And if funding was the issue, then that's something that should have been brought up to the community. That way we could have pulled together and resourced however we needed to make sure that they could be functional again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make public comment? Looks like that we have finished public comment at this time. Board members, if you would so indulge me, I would like to ask for a 5-minute recess. If I could make that motion. Second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. a big risk letting Dickenson County people start talking to one another, right? Enjoying each other's company and try to bring them back in. So, but we'll get started back. And so, next item on our agenda is the presentation of safety resources, equipment, and protocols in Dickenson County Public Schools. Ms. Martin.
Still on? I'll give Ryan just a second. Hopefully he won't put me in the dark so I can see my notes here.
Board members, you also have this packet
I
in
printed
your,
you a copy of it.
the handout in your packet. It looks like this, so.
Gotcha.
We'll share this with the public. The board asked me to do this a couple of months ago, and it seems appropriate that we were able to finish it up for tonight. What I'd like to share with you is Dickenson County Public Schools' comprehensive approach to school safety. A comprehensive approach and the importance of grants to school safety. Ensuring school safety is a fundamental responsibility and align with DCPS's commitment to fulfilling its duty of care to students, staff, and visitors. And I apologize if I have to take a break or two. As some of you know, I've been a little bit under the weather the last 20 or so days. Beyond the moral imperative, there are legal and ethical obligations to establish and maintain a safe environment. This includes measures to prevent and respond to physical threats, bullying, and other potential risks. A safe school not only protects individuals, but also contributes to positive academic outcomes, promoting a sense of trust and confidence in the educational institution. Over at the side, I would like for you to note the Virginia Department of Education does security grants. Dickenson County Public Schools has been receiving a security grant since 2013 when my predecessor was in the position up until 2024, and we've applied for it this year as well. During that time, we've received $1,445,897 through the security equipment grant, which can be used only for security equipment. This past year, we also received the Stronger Connections grant, which is a new grant through VDOE for $330,987.09. I'm not sure about that 9 cents. For a total grant funding through this beginning of this school for $1,776,884. So as we go through this, and later in my presentation, I have more summative of the equipment that's been purchased throughout the years. This is since 2023 that these funds have been used to purchase different safety equipment that is on the campus of Ridgeview Middle School, Ridgeview High School, Ridgeview Elementary School, and Clintwood Elementary School. Next slide, please. The slide that you see here is based on the strategies recommended by the Department of Criminal Justice and the Department of Education, and is basically the tool that they recommend for school safety: prevention, mitigation, protection, response, and recovery. So as we go through this slide presentation, each one, we'll start with prevention and work our way around the wheel. Next slide. So for prevention and mitigation, these are actions that schools take to prevent, eliminate, or reduce an emergency, the loss of property and life by lessening the impact of an emergency. Throughout the presentation, you'll see insignias of different agencies that we work with to ensure the different things during this, for our strategy that we utilize. To do our prevention and mitigation, we do training on prevention, first aid training, we do training for communication during emergency trainings, active shooter training, we have a division-wide emergency manager, we do safety audit committees for each school. Excuse me. Each school establishes a threat assessment team yearly. We update our crisis emergency management and medical emergency response plan yearly. We work cooperatively with the Dickenson County Sheriff's Office, the Dickenson County Emergency Management, and the county's first responders. We do safety inspection walkthroughs. We do a safety audit yearly. And then we also work with meeting mental health challenges by working with our community partners, communities in schools, Dickenson County Behavioral Health, and with Propel. Next slide, please. Our next one is protection, which is strengthening the physical security. And this is where a lot of the grant will come in because it's about buying equipment. So what you see on this slide are just some examples. Later on, we'll go more into detail on more specifics on what we've been able to purchase. There is security film on all exterior ground level windows of all 3 buildings, 4 buildings if you count the CTE facility on this campus. That's security film for like ballistics grade film. All interior classrooms have that film on it as well. We were able to finish up the elementary school in August, which then made sure that all windows, and that includes, they put them in zones. It's like zone 1 are the entryways. Zone 2 would be any windows that are near the entryways. So a good example would be if you're going in the front door of Ridgeview High School, Coach Grant's office, that would be a zone 2. The cosmetology room would be a zone 2. So we've been able, and then interior windows would be zone 3. So we were able to do all zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. We have security cameras that are located throughout the campus. We have over 250 cameras. Those are on a cloud-based system. There's also motion detectors and an alarm system on those cameras that at night we have a company that alerts us if there's any motion detection on the campus. It's a live person that calls to let us know that, hey, someone's on the campus, do you recognize this person? If not, we'll call 911 for you. We have panic buttons, we have vape detectors. Each employee is issued a badge that allows them access and for identification. Excuse me. We have handheld metal detector wands at each school. Again, I'll go in more detail as we go further along in the presentation. Next slide, please. For response, swift and coordinated actions. These are steps taken to stabilize an emergency once it has occurred. Various equipment to facilitate efficient response efforts has been purchased or implemented. Examples include emergency alert system, 2-way radios, panic buttons, first aid supplies procured through these grants. Digital mapping project is also a great example. I've shared that with the board before, where the first responders in the county have access to the digital map that you see there on the screen and in your presentation, that the first responders are alerted to where the incident is. There's a fire in the art room. They automatically are alerted to where the art room is on their digital devices, so they don't respond to the front door. They can go directly to where the art room is instead of wasting their time going to the wrong location. Various organizations, county and state agency are also involved in this phase, and you can see at the bottom the different organizations that would be involved. Next slide, please. Recovery. This is where the community really becomes involved. Many resources will be utilized to contribute to the recovery phase. These will include resources for supporting students emotionally, restoring normalcy, and ensuring a smooth transition back to regular activities. As you can see, the abundance of community resources that we would need to and would pull from to do a recovery process. Next slide, please. With all these equipment purchases that we were also able to do some technological innovations, and with the help of Ryan Wallace and his group, he sort of led a lot of these because I'm not a tech wizard. Thank goodness he is. But I'll give you some examples. We have a tag reader that should there's be a need to see a vehicle, there's an emergency, and we need to know that tag. We can zoom in with that camera and pinpoint that tag reader. We have various training opportunities through our Vector program that we can use. We have an upgraded phone system. That phone system, we can do severe weather alerts, panic button, PA system, a 911. Right now, the phone system that we had before, it would tell us that, at extension 2502 had called 911. That's all it would tell us. Now the system will tell us exactly what the conversation was. Mr. Hicks called, hey, I need the doctor. We can actually hear the conversation so that we know what's going on as well. We have integrated computer software. We have firewall, cybersecurity, Content Keeper, which helps filter web sites and our school networks. We have Securely, Apogee, and I'm going to talk a little bit more in detail on those. We're also under the Cisco umbrella, which monitors all outgoing web requests, malware, phishing, and viruses. And then all of our devices are SIPA compliant, which basically means they're Children's Internet Protection Act. Next slide, please. And I'm sorry if I'm going a little fast. I'm trying to get through it without having a coughing fit. Securely is a new purchase that we made last year with our grant. And it's basically a student management. It's a powerful tool designed to streamline the process of issuing and tracking student passes within school, which enhances safety and efficiency. And I'm not going to read all this, but just to give you the highlight, it's a digital pass management. It gives us real-time tracking, automated time limits, audits, logs, customized permission. It's basically a digital pass that the kids have. The teachers are able to use it and keep up with when the kids have left class, where they're at, when they're back, and then should something happen, we know exactly where that child's at throughout the building. That's called Securely. Next app. This is an app that we just recently purchased. We hope to have it implemented soon. The PO is actually laying on my desk, and Ryan is working on this. It's called Apogee. Apogee is a comprehensive platform designed to enhance school communication by simplifying how schools share information with the communities. Apogee's flagship, which is called ThrillShare, plays a key role in empowering schools to effectively manage and distribute communication across multiple channels from one central hub. Ryan is more knowledgeable on this, but some of the highlights on ThrillShare is it gives instant updates, streamlines content creation, and then there's also a mobile app integration. My understanding is we'll be able to do text messaging and different things along those lines, besides just like Blackboard where you just make the phone calls. So this, again, we just recently purchased this, and this will be going into effect.
Well, with Smart and Apogee, I'm very familiar with Apogee and ThrillShare, and have used that a lot. I'm tickled to see this in this package. I know we haven't got it up and going yet,
Right.
But as we have heard tonight several times, that communication has been a problem, and we all know that. I guess we all at some point in time got lazy, and myself included, because Facebook's an easy thing to put it out there, and it seemed like at one point in time everybody was on it, and even me, I don't even look at Facebook hardly much at all anymore, so I miss a lot. But I would just encourage us and encourage our parents as we get this thing going and to roll it out, to really support the use of Apogee, to download that app and do your communication from school through Apogee, and we get away from social media. As an official communication
and I know
piece.
Ryan's working on that, and hopefully we can get that pushed out real soon.
It does take time. I realize it took us a while. So
That he's been working on it for a couple of weeks, and I know he's in the process. excuse me. So hopefully we can get that pushed out really quickly. Next slide, please. As promised, this is a summative list of the safety equipment that's been purchased since 2013. And if you will bear with me, I'd like to read these to you. Again, we spoke about the cameras, the security film. We have panic buttons in all rooms on the Ridgeview campus. We have door alarms at all schools. All staff have two-way radios. We have security lighting on the ball fields and parking lots. We're presently in the process of updating the lighting out here in these front parking lots. Terry Smith is working with the company that we get better lighting out here. Right now we have 18,000 lumens. We're looking at doing 28,000 to 34,000. They're trying to figure out which would be best. So we're in the process of doing that. Master key lock system for all schools. We have fire doors that lock automatically when the alarms sound. We have the UPS, which is the uninterrupted power supply units. We have the upgraded phone system that I spoke about, digital mapping I spoke about. We have AEDs in each building and all ball fields. We're in the process of being able to have one for each sport. After, I'm gonna knock on wood, after my grant is approved, I did put in for AEDs. Last year we were able to get 8. I'm asking for 8 more, and once we do that, then every single sport will have their own AED that they can take with them. We have vape detectors in all restrooms at the middle school, the high school, and unfortunately, we had to put some in the elementary school. We have vape detectors on the second floor at the elementary school now. We have an ID badging system for all employees, of course, for safety and for identification. We have an electronic visitor ID system. We have a fire suppression system, fire extinguishers. We have updated radio towers for bus communication, security bus cameras on all buses. We have integrated computer software, which Ryan and his guys are always updating and coming up with the latest and most effective ways. We have handheld metal detectors in each school. We have firewalls, cybersecurity, first aid, and emergency bags. Next slide, please. And again, if you will bear with me, our staff and myself included go through quite a bit of safety and security training, and I'd just like to go over that with you. We do active shooter training yearly. We do stop the bleed training, and we do that in connection with the Sheriff's Department and our first responders in emergency management, Dickenson County. They're fantastic to work with and to do that for us each year. The threat assessment teams for each school do threat assessment each year. By code, each threat assessment team has to do it every 3 years, but we try to do it at least every 2 years. Been trained on digital threat assessment. All of our employees by code do mandated reporting each year. We do crisis management training, mental health and trauma-based training, first aid and CPR training, critical response training, campus and public training, public safety training. I myself have been trained on human trafficking and social media issues. Again, our staff is trained on trauma and mental health and substance abuse. We do online behavioral threats, social media and open source investigations, trauma-informed sexual assault. VCART, which is Victim Crisis Response Team, is a certified program that I'm a member of, that trying to get some more folks involved with that. We do vicarious trauma in children training, writing and applying for grants, crime prevention. All of our coaches are mandated and trained in concussion, cardiac arrest, heat exhaustion, AED, first aid, and then any sport applicable training. And then we do mental health first aid for children and adults, Title IX training, exploitation of children training. And there's probably 800 more trainings that we could do. It's just an issue with time. And we're always looking for more that we could do. Next slide, please. The other ways that DCPS strengthens our safety in our schools And this is probably ways that most people may or may not think about, is we have our student and our parent handbook. We have our policies, which, some need to be updated, and we all agree with that. We all know that, and we know that we're working towards that. We have our expectations and our consequences. We have our student pledge program for extracurricular, and then our vector program, which is what we use for training. And then we also encourage, and a lot of our folks have a very strong connection with our students that we feel is imperative. When students feel connected to an adult, whether a teacher, administrator, aide, janitor, bus driver, or cook, if something is wrong, they will feel more comfortable reporting those issues. Next slide, please. I might make it through without coughing too much. In conclusion, the importance of school safety is a shared commitment that extends from individual classrooms to the school board. The dedication to providing a secure learning environment is not only a moral imperative, but also a legal and ethical obligation. By prioritizing school safety, DCPS plays a crucial role in fostering a culture of well-being and academic excellence. A safe school environment is the cornerstone for promoting positive outcomes, both academically and emotionally, for students and educators alike. In embracing this responsibility, DCPS and our school board contribute to the overall success of the educational institution, ensuring that it remains a place where individuals can thrive, learn, and grow with confidence. At this time, I will be glad to answer any questions that you may have. And again, I apologize if I went a little fast. I was trying to keep from coughing.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. It may have been in there, but the panic buttons that we bought for teachers, we implemented those in. The lanyards with the, I can forgive me, I forget the name of it.
Those will be for next year.
It's going to be for, we'll do that out of next year's.
Gotcha.
Percentages.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know. I knew that we had talked about it and looked at it, and you'd shared it with us, and I said, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. This year's security grant, we're looking at doing door locks that instead of having to use a key to lock from the inside, you just push a button. We talked about that, and then also some more cameras and some upgraded for cameras, and then the AEDs. The Syntagix will be next year.
Gotcha.
Any other questions? I'd be glad to.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Martin. Appreciate it.
I think I'm probably next. Do I need to say?
All right. Let's see. All right, so next on our agenda is Mrs. Robinson with good news from our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks, and board members. This evening, I asked our administrators and staff members from each of our schools to come, and October is Bullying Prevention Month, and they're going to share with you some of the activities that their schools have been involved with. And I'm going to start with Mr. Chris Owens, principal at Ridgeview High School. If he would please come to the front and share with us those activities. The board, as you recall, asked us to look at those activities and really focus on them during the month of October. Welcome, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Thank you, the board. Got my notes. So Ridgeview decided that we would do like a week. We have a week of activities for, bully prevention. And it's this week. Like we supposed to have a presentation day. We scheduled around like kind of his schedule. So we're kind of in the middle of things we're doing. But Monday, we had pledges for the students to sign to say that they wouldn't bully. I know that seems small, but I sent the emails to the staff, and I talked to as many kids as I could. We have to decide every day when we get up how we're going to treat people. Maybe we treat them bad yesterday, but it's important that we treat them different, today. I tried to share that with the kids. We had, 370 some sign the pledge, which isn't everybody, right? But it's a start, right? It's a place to start a conversation that we're going to treat people better. And as an administrator, I expect us to treat people with respect and honor, you know, no matter what. I mean, we're having a bad day, but it doesn't mean that you can't treat people where they should be treated. On Tuesday, yesterday, Miss Deal, who was with CIS, was in the cafeteria. She had stuff set up. She was giving things out, had bully prevention information that they could give to the kids. Today was supposed to be Special Agent Howard, who's coming to talk about cyberbullying, which I think is very important. Seems like a lot of that is where it's happening on Facebook or Instagram or whatever the kids are using. He was supposed to be here today. He couldn't make it. So what I did instead, I told the staff to please email me any kids that they caught, you know, being extra helpful, you know, to them or another student, or, you know, just catch them doing something good and send me their name and what they did. And I had Miss Deal, well, I didn't have her do it. She offered and did it for me, make a certificate. And so what I want to do is I'll take all the names, wrote them out a certificate. I'll have them some cookies and some cupcakes. I'll have everybody come down. We'll take pictures and I'll give them the certificates. And I've actually kind of enjoyed it, like getting to see, like as the principal, a lot of times you don't get to hear much good news coming out. So it's good to get emails from teachers like, hey, these kids did this and these kids did that. You know, it kind of makes you feel a little different sometimes. So we did that today. Tomorrow we're going to have a map set up, and let me look and see how we're going to label it. Like places where, like it's a school, like Mr. Newberry made the map for us. It's a Ridgeviews campus, and we're going to have students put stickers, you know, different color stickers on where they feel most safe, right? Where they feel less safe, and places where they're likely to be bullied. So we can concentrate our efforts on the places that students feel like that's where the problems are occurring, because they know, right? Like they know if there's an issue. And then Friday, it's blue's the color, so we'll wear blue to support, you know, bullying prevention. Now I've talked to Mike Setzer. We're still going to do special agent. Still going to come and talk to us about cyberbullying. He just couldn't make it today, so we'll schedule it for November. So that's what we got. That's what we got going on this week. I mean, I got some other things if it's okay, like for good news from our schools. We was able to purchase a plasma cutter for Mr. Kennedy. So him and his shop, the welding shop's been, you know, cutting metal shapes out, and they've been working on stuff. But we was able to get a grant for that. Mr. Edwards is starting to build storage buildings. They're getting that started. So people in the community be able to contact Mr. Edwards, get a storage building built, and the kids will build it, and we'll get it to them. Miss Sutherland's been she's got the Sweet Rose Cafe every Wednesday. The kids take orders. They deliver the food to the staff. Like it's for teachers, so they deliver here at the middle school. So she's got that going. Miss Johnson started her classes started like a little small T-shirt business. So they'll make shirts like for holidays and that kind of stuff. It's kind of neat. Just some other things. I don't mean to take up too much time, but our Scholastic team's 4-0 right now. Daniel Greer was the National Academic Quiz Tournament Player of the Week, so nationally recognized as the Quiz Bowl
And
volleyball team.
Excuse me, we're going to honor him next week, next month at our board meeting. Thank you.
Good, so he's doing really good. The team's doing really good. The volleyball team's 22-1. Football team's 7-1. Ryan Oakwind was the WCYB's Scholar Athlete of the Week when we played Union here. Our robotics team starting the FRC team this year, first time we've competed at that level. And then we just had a math science competition today. Ethan Moore placed third in math. Daniel Greer was third in science, and Tiger Moore was second in science. So there are some good things going on. I just want to share those things with you, and I'll answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Oh, very good. We appreciate your efforts and all those things that you guys are doing with bullying prevention and all the other great things. You know, I think you touched on one thing that's important, and we don't catch kids being good enough.
Yeah.
We really don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Whitner, Ridgeview Middle School principal.
Mr. Whitner.
Good evening, Mrs. Robinson, members of the board, and other people here. For our October National Bullying Prevention Month, what we've focused on is covering different aspects of bullying each week. So we've had a discussion topic. The first week, there was video shown in the classrooms of what is bullying. We wanted to find what that is. Mrs. Stanley has different signs around the building, and with the help of Portia Fletcher, that make sure people understand what bullying is. Are they just being mean? Are they being rude? Are they bullying, so they can understand? The second week, what we did was we looked at where does bullying take place. So there are videos that were shown in the classrooms each week regarding that. We had the classroom showing them, the encore teachers, the keyboarding teachers focused on it. They were in fact, they put a special focus this week. Discussion this week has been with the videos is where does bullying happen? So again, trying to break that down. And then next week, we're looking at who can stop bullying. So trying to focus each week on each one of these four aspects and see what we can do to hopefully make things better in those cases. On the first Monday of each week, students and faculty are encouraged to wear blue to represent Bully Prevention Awareness Month. And when the weather permits, and we've had some really good days, interested students and faculties have been taking a walk outside around the campus on Mondays in hopes that feeling better about themselves will help improve their outlooks on others. So that's been some of the biggest focus, just trying to get those discussions going in the classrooms each week and being aware of what happens and hopefully have people feel good about themselves. And to tie in our good news, at the beginning of the month, we had our second annual Fall Festival in the cafeteria, and we had more people come this time than we did the last time. We have a lot of community members as well as faculty and staff that participate in that. So we're really excited about the students that came to that. And if you happen to be around October the 31st, we started, this is our second year doing this. During the day, we do what is basically a Halloween literacy day. So the kids are allowed to dress up, of course, no masks, no weapons. That's staying within the dress code. But the teachers do a special classrooms, a little theme in each one up. So instead of doing their normal schedule, they will take 30 minutes in one class, and so there's a Halloween math theme when they're in their math class. Then they'll rotate in a Halloween reading, and then there's history and the others. So they get, some of them go all the way through every one of the classrooms, so they get to see all 8 classrooms where they normally do it. So it was a really popular event last year, tied in the silliness and craziness of Halloween with trying to bring it home with the kids. So we tried to start the month off with something rewarding as far as a fun activity on Saturday, and then we're trying to end the month with an extra literacy day. So we tie in the education, but we show there's a different way of making it fun. Do y'all have any questions for me? Okay. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Whitner. And Ridgeview Elementary School, Dr. Jessie Neese, if you'll come to the front, please. I know that you probably are asking what these chains are on the floor. And so Dr. Neese will go over those.
Good evening. It's good to see you all. If you look to the big screen behind you, a lot of our stuff that we did for the month, we got our kids to a lot of hands-on things between our counselors, our communities, and schools. So the one thing that we did, kids at the elementary like to see things. So we tried to make it to where they could be a visual. So, Lord Ryan, if you will please go to the next one. Our Lord, guidance come up with a door actually decorating event, for the month. And so go to the actual next slide. We tried to incorporate our character, Lord, Ed piece, and did a door, Lord, decorating, and our counselors did hold, Lord, actually lunch groups with grades 3 and actual 4. So you'll see some of that. Next slide, Ryan. These are some of the doors that our kids come up with unique slogans to kind of show students to stand up against actual bullying. These are our pre-K doors. Next slide, Ryan. Here's some more of our, neat things, Lord, kids made things throughout the day, throughout the weeks, and actually put them on the door. Next slide. Here is our preschool and actual actual tained. Next slide. Here's some of our kindergarten doors that we had. We actually posted these doors on our school Facebook page and had, parents to vote so that we got, them in, Lord, actually involved. Here's our first grade. And as you see, as, things go up, kids become more and more creative. Here's some more of our actual first grade doors. Keep on going. First grade. Then we went through second grade, which some of them started getting some themes and started to stomp that out. And then they got very exciting. Here's our second grade doors. Next slide. Here's some more second grade doors. Then we moved to third with all of our actual crafts that we did. And then here's some more third grade doors. And then at the end, we started to go to a fourth grade. And we kind of did a theme since it was the actual month of, trick-or-treating and everything. They kind of tied that into, that as well. Here's our fourth grade. Here was our student support rooms. And, of course, the office and our nurse. And then, so we had a actual poll. We chose, these were the two, a pre-K classroom, which is on your actually left, and a third on the right. And as a incentive, their prize was to go down the big blue slide to actually win. So kids got to do that and actually liked it very well. So that is our actual doors. We are going to keep those up all actual month. Here is some of our character ed stuff that they actually did about the wrinkle heart, gave them actual things so they could see after you, Lord, hurt someone, you actually, Lord, never can actually fix it hardly. So we tried to show them things to keep them a visual so they would not do that. Here was our third grade lunch, buddies. They actually bring them in, talk about things that may, be going on. And there is Miss Davis and her actual fourth graders. We also let, actually communities in schools help. And they actually did, Lord, actually similar things. Next slide. They kind of did through October 1st through the, actual 10th. They kind of broke it down. They read a book to students in pre-K through first. In grades 2 and 4, we did the crumple paper activity. And, of course, that's kind of like the wrinkle heart that you cannot fix it after you've actually broken it. It actually takes a long, long time. And here is some of the actual photos of them doing those. Next slide. They also did a chain. Every classroom went in and actually made a chain of things that kids thought that associated with actual bullying. And we then took all of the classroom chains and connected them all together. And you see it here on the stage. So we kind of had a symbolic meaning that our, students are actually united to a bully-free school. So that's what, you see here. We did do October 10th was, Orange Day. so they could all be, Lord, unified, and you see some of their, chains here after they made them, and all of the fun things that our counselors did. They also got to receive incentives and actual pop-ups for those who were, Lord, actually decorating actual doors and things of that sort. So we got to Lord, give them things that they could wear, so it would be reminders. Anything else, we are trying to declare that our school is a bully-free zone. So that's the things that we did during the month. Any questions?
Like the hands-on and the visuals, especially the wrinkled heart activity, so they can visualize what it's.
So they can see what's going on. And so the kids had an actual blast. Of course, you can see, and now they don't want to take their door stuff down. Our fire marshal, I'm sure I'm going to have to appease that to a certain point, but we took actual photos so we could keep those. If you have no questions, I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I also just want to take this opportunity to thank our administrators and all our staff. I noticed Ms. Stanley was here, and she was our counselors, everyone that worked on this. It was excellent. And I think I certainly want to thank them for coming and presenting. You did an excellent job. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Martin if she would come and talk to us about attendance. And we have good news in attendance for the month of September. So
We do. I like it when I can give you good news with our attendance. Again, this is for September. This is ending the last day of September. In your packet, you are missing a couple of things this month, and I apologize for that. With my previously mentioned illness, I was unable to do that, but I will get those to you and send those to you. So what you're missing is the absence intervention team notes and the picture of the kids with their incentives. I just wasn't able to get that as I just returned to work this week, but I will get that and send that to you. What you do have, we'll go positive now. What you do have is the summary of the monthly attendance and enrollment, the percentage comparison over the past 5 years, and then I believe in the electronic version, you were sent the entry and withdrawals for each school. I'm happy to say that for the month of September, we have an increase of 2 students from last month. So we show that we have 1,739 students that are enrolled in K through 12. We have 86 students that are in pre-K, the 3-year-old program, and the postgraduate student, and that makes a total of 1,825. Last month we finished with 1,823, so there's the 2 student increase. Our monthly attendance percentage, I told you our goal was for everyone be in the 90% range, and we did make that goal. I'm happy to say that. Ridgeview High School, is Chris Owens still here? Believe it or not, Ridgeview High School does get the attendance banner for the month. Dr. Compton will bring that to you tomorrow or Friday, and we expect a picture of some kids in front of that attendance banner. I gave Chris a hard time over that attendance banner last year, and he assured me that he's going to win it quite a few times this year, and they're working hard at that. Their attendance percentage this month, or the month of September, was 92.58%. Ridgeview Middle School was a very, very close second at 92.06. Ridgeview Middle School, I believe, is going to give them a run for the money. Ridgeview Elementary School was also, they were at 91%, so they were, 90.75, so they were real close as well. So we're tickled to death that all schools were able to be in the 90 percentile for a month of September, putting the district at 91.79%. Our chronic absenteeism, if you look on your form, if school ended in September, we look horrible. And that's to be expected because it's based, on the numbers of how many days versus absence. we're still working on that. That's going to be a constant thing that we're constantly monitoring. As of yesterday, when I looked, each school has one student that's actually on the chronic absentee right now. So we're at 0.001%. And we're working with those kids on attendance plans and what's going on. A couple of them, 2 of the 3, we know what's definitely going on, and the other one we're working through the court system with that. That is something that we will continually monitor and keep you updated, but it's, as you know, chronic absenteeism is always going to be an issue that we struggle with, and we try to work through it. Any questions or information that you'd like more about attendance or enrollment?
Looking better, right?
Thank you so much. Looking a lot better.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Let's see. Let's see Mr. Bird. Is Mr. Bird here?
I was not aware that he would not be here, so if the board doesn't mind, I'm just going to go quickly through his presentation. I think 2 of the most important things, of course, is that the construction at Ridgeview Elementary School is winding down considerably, and probably this month or next month will be the last times that he will be here with us. Regarding Sand Lake Elementary demolition, we have grass growing now at Sand Lake Elementary School, which allows the Department of DEQ to give us a permission. But that also triggers that we are close, very close, to having the Corps come and do a title transference with the county so that we can provide the title of Sand Lake Elementary School to the county. And that is tentatively scheduled for November, the first week in November. The additional parking lot has started. And if you'll see back here at Ridgeview Elementary, that has begun and is due to end in approximately 2 to 3 weeks. So this will probably if not one of the last times that we will have this. We may have it occasionally, but not on a monthly basis. So again, great progress there, and we're glad to have that parking lot finished soon, and then that will certainly ease off the parking issues in front of the building for our schools. So any questions on that at all? Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next item is the DCPS cell phone free draft policy document.
Yes, thank you. And you have this PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to go quickly through this and just share with you the process that we have followed so far. On Thursday, October the 10th, central office directors and administrative staff met to discuss the draft policy. And I want to again thank all of our administrators that participated. They provided significant input and feedback on this. The draft came primarily from the guidance document, but they gave directions as to how to implement and how to proceed forward. The draft policy was then revised and sent to our administrative staff and then emailed to all staff members. Last Thursday, we provided a survey to all our staff, asking them for their input and feedback. And then this draft is being presented to you with suggestions and recommendations from staff input. Our next steps will be that we're going to ask this evening during the presentation for further guidance and direction on the cell phone policy. We are going to place the draft policy on the DCPS Facebook and DCPS website to students, parents, and our families. And then our hope is that we will, the school board will approve the cell phone free education policy in November, and then by pursuant to Executive Order 33, that it will go into effect on January 1, 2025. So if you'll just go with me through this policy, the second page of the policy is what the guidance was that we received from the board, which is that beginning on January 1st, 2025, there will be a bell-to-bell restriction of all cell phones and personal electronic communication devices. This includes lunch and time, and then in between class. During the cell phone-free education, we ask our students not to have access to cell phones or personal electronic communication devices. They will be stored in their lockers. Elementary schools have lockers. They may store them there, or in some of our classrooms in 5th grade, they do not have a locker, so we'll continue to use the cell phone holder. Third bullet point there is the cell phones and personal electronic communications devices will be stored in lockers during the bell-to-bell, not on the person, and they will be stored in backpacks in their lockers. They should be turned off and on silent mode, and then again for students, especially in 5th grade, who do not have access, they will keep it in their cell phone pouches. Now again, this comes from the guidance that we received from the Virginia Department of Education that was pursuant to Executive Order 33. The next page, just for definitions, bell to bell, of course, means from the first bell rings at the start of the school until the last bell rings at 3 o'clock. And so for Dickenson Public Schools, it will be from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Cell phone means any personal device, and you see the definition there, and we'll certainly post this. And then instructional time means any structured or unstructured learning experience. Page 4 gives a definition of personal electronic communication devices and what they are, and as you see, that's quite an extensive list besides the cell phone to do that, and so we will work through that as we begin implementing this policy. The implementation on page 5, we are asking our administrators and teachers to consistently communicate and please enforce this policy across all classes. School administrators will support teachers in enforcing the policy, and then our responsibility between now and January 1, after the board approves the policy, is to begin to communicate to students and parents about this new policy that goes into effect on January the 1st. Disciplinary action, which is the first on page 6, will be an office referral, and the administrator will contact the parent, and the cell phone or personal electronic device will be taken for the rest of the day. The second occurrence, again, is an office referral, and then the parent will be contacted by the administrator, and the parent will be asked to pick up the cell phone from the office. And then the third occurrence is another office referral, and the administrator contacts the parents. And then, according to the guidance from our administrators, that they will not be allowed to have it on the premises for the remainder of the year. Phones during after-school activities, we also discussed that. And of course, the Dickenson County Public Schools will allow cell phones and personal electronic communication devices at after-school activities. We just ask that they be used appropriately at all times. Accommodations, on page 7, accommodations will be made for students who need a cell phone for medical assistance or a medical condition that requires it. We will have to have a statement from the doctor. The IEP, or the Individualized Educational Plan, may require a cell phone for writing and determining and oral reading, and so that may also be a reason why a child does carry a personal phone. And the other one, and we do have one of these students, is the accommodations for a student who is an English learner. And we do have an English learner, and we allow her to have a device, a personal electronic device that translates the language for her. So that's why that's been used. One of the things that I know that we're going to address is parent concerns. How can the parent contact the child if the phone is in the locker from 8 to 3, and we're going to ask parents to contact the main school office to reach their children during school hours. And then, of course, we are going to ask our staff to be very vigilant to relay any urgent messages to the students. That is a very brief overlook summary of our cell phone free education draft policy. We tried to follow the guidance from the board at the September meeting and then went through there to accommodate all of that. We just would need more guidance from the board, Mr. Hicks, as to are we on the right direction? Is there anything else that the board would like for us to look at? Is there any changes that the board would like? I do have the results of the teacher survey. We had 50 responses, and I will share those with you, and then also with our staff, and make sure that we've included their thoughts and their recommendations. So no action on this tonight, just please any guidance, any direction, anything that you would like for us to look further, we certainly would appreciate that. If I may, Mr. Hicks, may I ask a question? Is this the direction that the board wanted us to go into, at the September school board meeting? The bell-to-bell and the...
Yeah, if I remember correctly, we were looking at the executive order that the governor had placed out and talked about that, and this is pretty well aligned to that. I don't know if anybody else has any comments or concerns that they would like to mention or share at this time.
The only question I had, and she answered it, was about the survey results.
We had 50 responses and very good comments.
Will we get a copy of that?
Absolutely. I have copies here for you. We just received these this afternoon, so I was not, here we go, sir. Teachers liked the cell phone holder, and of course we instituted that at the beginning of the year. Thought, that we had a lot of support for that. And then, of course, the executive order, Governor Youngkin's executive order came, and that has kind of changed all of us in the direction that we're going. So the teachers felt that, and our administrators are still here, and their response was that the cell phone holder appeared to be working well, but with the governor's orders, we are going in a different direction. And that's not only for Dickenson County, that's for all public schools in Virginia.
We'll vote on this in November, is that correct?
If the board is ready, we would like to have it approved in November so that we would have the month of November and December to educate our children, inform our parents, and be ready to go on January 1st, 2025, as per the order. With the board's permission, I'm going to post on the website and on Facebook the draft policy, and so parents can become familiar with that policy and what it will require. Any further question or comment, or?
I don't have any, but I guess we can just continue to review and mull over it and discuss between now and
next meeting.
And if you think of things during the week, just please give me a call, and we'll certainly add that to the policy or tweak the policy or revise the policy as needed.
So our next agenda item is the DCPS attendance policy or clarification policy here.
Thank you. First of all, and I appreciate parents that were discussing the policy with us. We have probably had, I'm thrilled, Mr. Mullins, if you'll, we are thrilled with the discussion that we've had about the policy, the attendance policy, the questions that we've had about the attendance policy. I know that Dr. Compton has fielded up many of those questions. Let me say a couple of things regarding the public comment today. And first of all, the 20% when a child is absent, that is more of a miscommunication issue than anything else. It was really 0.2, 0.2, not 20%. But sometimes when parents looked on the parent portal or on the PowerSchool grade book, which is what we use, it showed it as a 20%. But by the end of the 9 weeks, it was a 0.2. And so that was one thing that I think Dr. Compton had to deal with and work with. The minus 1 point for unexcused absences is a policy that we have had for many, many years. Mr. Vanover and I were talking about that he used that policy when he was a teacher with us. That policy went away during COVID because so many things were so different then. We have returned to that policy and are using that in kindergarten through 12th grade. And it simply says that if a child is absent and there's not a reason why the child is absent, it's counted unexcused. All of these items are in the student handbook under attendance, and so parents are welcomed to either look online at the Dickenson County Public School site and look for a student handbook, and it tells all of that. I also gave you a copy of the attendance policy for your review. There is a statement there that 3 unexcused tardies does count as 1 unexcused absence. Again, that policy is not a new policy. Am I correct, Ms. Martin? That policy has been there for a long time. Again, through COVID, we've moved away from that, and now we're returning to that. So many of the things that we are maybe new to a parent today, but they've been there, but due to the situations, we were not able to implement or follow through. One of the policies that has caused some issues, and the board asked me to revise that, was the participation grade. And we felt that participation, which counts as 10% of the final grade of the 9 weeks for every child, is an important grade. But it is not only attendance. And I think that emphasis was placed by me because I saw our chronic numbers in May and June, and I knew that our students, we could do better than that. Our division could do better than that. Our students could do better than that. And also our community could do better than that. And so when we had schools that 40% of the students missed 18 or more days, and remember, in chronic, it could be excused or unexcused. It doesn't matter. But when we had students that missed significantly more than 18 days, almost 40% of the student population, we knew that we had a cultural problem, we had COVID, we had a lot of reasons why we had moved that way. And we all know the importance of daily coming to school and getting the education that our children need. And so the board asked me to look at the participation grade and revise it and tweak it. And I have given you a copy of that. And if I may, I'd like to read it. We're recommending the following clarification statement to be added to the DCPS policy JED. Student absence, excuses, and dismissals. Again, this policy is found in the student handbook. Parents receive this handbook at the beginning of the year, but it's also found online. The statement, the participation grade will remain 10% of the final 9 weeks grade or 0.2 as a daily grade. The clarification statement is as follows. 10% of the total 9 weeks grade for each class will be based on the student's participation, engagement, effort, and attendance in class. So it will not primarily just be, it will not just be attendance, it will also be the students' participation, their engagement, and their effort in class. And so we ask the board to consider this clarification statement to be placed as a statement in the DCPS policy JED. Questions, comments from the board?
I've had several conversations with parents and community members about this, and actually had a new comment today from a mother. But you know, I like it that it's not solely based upon attendance.
Yes.
You know, that what I'm doing in there, my engagement, my effort, or my participation I'm putting forward, you know, counts for something. You know, I thought that it's a little bit fair in the fact that I could also be perfect attendance, and I could be in there and sit on not on a log and not be participating, not be engaged, and not have effort, but I wouldn't be experiencing the 0.2, which is basically, you know, every 3 absences equals maybe 1 point, but I do think it's a little more fair.
Well, and again, you know, that was a new policy, and I'm certainly delighted to tweak it and revise it as needs come up. Again, participation grade, attendance, and I think we all have talked about this, is that sometimes a child, for whatever the reason, may not attend school 2 or 3 days, is absent 2 or 3 days a week. But yet someone who's there daily may get a lower grade than the child who doesn't attend school. And so because they do their work or whatever. But I think what we're trying to say in this participation grade is this, that what happens in a classroom, whether it's a 60-minute classroom, a 90-minute classroom, there's a lot of things that cannot be made up or cannot be done by completing a worksheet or reading a chapter. There's just a lot of learning that takes place in a classroom between students and discussions and effort. And so that's what we're trying to promote at all. We just know the importance of our children being in school, getting a good education, and having the framework as they go into their future, that they have that framework of that commitment and that work ethic to be at school daily, unless they're sick or, you know, those extenuating circumstances, and that would be excused absence. Other questions or comments? Mr. Hicks, what we would need if the board so choose is a motion to accept this statement as a clarification statement for policy JED, and we would add to it, and then we would certainly get that out to our teachers immediately, and to our parents and families.
Board members, do I hear a motion to add this clarification statement as presented to policy JED?
So moved.
Got a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, indicate by no. All right. Thank you, board members. The next item on the agenda is the Merle Fuller property.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Afraid my mic is. Hello? Is it, am I? I'll try to speak loudly. This is a very simple situation. 2014, the school system purchased some land down at Hayside. It was 5 acres at that time, thinking that it would be used for a a new elementary school. Circumstances changed. That site was not ideal. We would like to sell that property to the public. Ms. Fuller, who owned that property, was a fine person. She's passed away. She wanted to do what she could to help the school system. At the school board's direction, I went to the family and offered to sell it back to them as reasonably as we could. We cannot give property away. We used the money from the Army Corps of Engineers to purchase it. So we have an obligation to sell it, but I did want them, because it was their family land, to have a first shot at that, and you, as the school board, instructed me to give them a first shot at that. And they were very nice to work with. They came back and said that their lives have gone in different directions. They're no longer residents of Dickenson County, and so they passed on the opportunity to purchase it. What I would like to do, and what I'm asking permission to do, is to sell the property. To do that, we would need to have a public hearing at the next board meeting that we put on the agenda. I don't think this is going to garner too much public discussion, but nonetheless, the law requires us to have a public hearing. In the meantime, we're going to be speaking with, the mayor and all the folks in Hayside that might be interested in the property, try to get some interest going for it, and the money that we would receive would go back into the school construction fund, because that was what it was intended for from the beginning. And so I wanted you to understand basically the process. And I guess the motion I would have ask you to consider would be a motion to direct the division superintendent to schedule a public hearing for the sale of 5 acres of land at Hayside at the next regularly scheduled board meeting.
Any discussion, any questions for Mr. Mullin? Hear none, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Quick on the draw on me. So, but we do have the motion to direct the division superintendent to, what are we doing?
To schedule a public
To
hearing.
schedule a public hearing in relation to the sale of what is known as the Mule Fuller property in Hayside. You'll second that. Thank you. Get me the
Help you
hush.
out.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. So that brings us now to board comment. Mr. Vanover.
This is typically the time where I just jotted down a few notes during the meeting and kind of just wing it from there. But I think tonight's meeting is way too important to have done something like that. So I sat down and wrote some notes today, and I'm going to go through them. And I apologize if it seems stiff in nature as I go through it, but I just want to get some things out that I think needs to be said. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank everybody who spoke in public comment tonight. I think it's our God-given right to speak out and to express our opinions, especially to our elected leaders. Even if we don't agree on some things, and even if you're critical, that's fine. That's what we're here for. I don't take anything personal that was said tonight. I just accept that as part of my jobs and responsibilities. I do, however, want to state I believe that all 5 members of this school board are in agreement that the safety and welfare of our children is of the utmost importance and should be our first priority. None of us take this recent incident lightly. As I stated in the last board meeting, our county mission statement, the first goal is for safety and nurturing environment for our kids. And unless we provide that, unless this board provides that, learning cannot take place. So I think that is of the utmost importance. I have a daughter who works at Ridgeview Elementary School. I have family that goes to Ridgeview Elementary School. So believe me when I say that making sure that everybody feels safe and secure as they come onto this campus and they walk through those doors is of the utmost importance to me. I do take it seriously. I am concerned with the safety measures. Like Mr. Fleming spoke earlier, we all make mistakes, but but I think, we're moving in the right direction. I have questioned in the past why we didn't use the metal detectors at Ridgeview High School as such. I've also asked questions since they were taken out. I just want to go on record of saying that I think we should look at every possible opportunity to protect our children. I think the motions made tonight for the wanding and all that we're going to try to implement hopefully by next week. The motions that were made to look into purchasing weapons detection systems is a great step. I think it's the first step, and hopefully the first step of many more to come. I spoke with April Collins this morning concerning possibly starting a parent advisory committee or a safety committee for schools. I spoke to Mr. Hicks about that today, and I think I'll speak to Ms. Martin about it. She's offering her services if that's something we look at in the future. She said that her and a couple other people in the community could serve on that board, could serve on that committee if we so choose. She also said that she wouldn't care to help us procure funding for any type of equipment or initiatives. So, I am looking into things that we can do with the public, with other stakeholders in order to make our campus safer. I would also like to point out, I think there was a couple of comments earlier that people were disappointed that after Mr. Hicks spoke, I guess that we didn't respond quickly enough, but Mr. Rashnick seconded that real quick. I do want you to know that we have discussed this today as a board. I am fully on board with what he made a motion for. Maybe I should have spoke up and clarified how important it was to me, but I figured the motion would pass, so I just, Mr. Rashnick seconded it, and I approved it, so I just want to clarify that. I do care, okay? A couple more things, and I'll be quiet. I know I'm going long tonight, but any input from the public regarding these safety ideas or the parent advisory committee or anything we can do to make better, I'm available. I don't have a social media presence. My email is listed on the county website. I don't care to give anybody my phone number that may need it. And if you're on campus quite often at ball games or other events, you'll find out that I'm not too hard to locate. So just because I'm not on social media, you can contact me at any time if you have a concern. In closing, I'd like to reiterate what Pastor Kelly Fleming mentioned during his comments earlier. I believe prayer is the biggest weapon we have in putting a hedge of protection around this school and around our children. I've joined a small group of people the last 2 years who come up here before school starts, and we pray over the campus and pray over the protection of these children. I continue to pray. I encourage you to continue to pray. And just know that I have personal experience in knowing that prayer changes things. So once again, if you've got to contact me, find my email on the county website. You can ask me my number after this meeting's over. And I think this board wants to do everything we can to protect our children. So sorry for the lengthy talk, but
No,
I'm done.
You're fine. Thank you, Mr. Vanover. I don't think I will. But you took something I was going to say, and so
Sorry.
But anyway,
Sorry.
I'll get to that. I'm going to say it anyway. So I'll be brief. To be honest, I thought we had a very good meeting. I don't remember. Wait, maybe I do. Mr. Lyle. I think he was the first one who came up and spoke, and he said, "Hey, this is Dickenson County. We can do better." And I'm going to agree with him. And so I've wrote down a lot of things, as folks mentioned tonight, some things to look at that we can improve upon. I think we took a step in the right direction to improve upon the attendance policy tonight. I think Ms. Morton pointed out the acquisition of Apogee and those things which we can use to move forward and better our communication. So there's a list of things that we could do, and I won't go through all of them. But, you said we could do better. I guess we've lost some of your trust, and we'll work very hard to try to regain that again. If anything else, I would just like to say to our kids or concerned parent, a grandparent, anybody, you know, we see something, we got to say something, because I think I said at the last board meeting, school safety is every single one of us's responsibility, from, you know, the first grader in there, or school administrators, cafeteria folks, bus drivers, school board members, all that. So if we see something, you know, say something. You know, I will say that probably as we enact those wanding and metal detectors, there's probably going to be delays, and that, be patient with us. That's going to take a while to work through, but we're doing it, and we'll be doing the best job we can do. But thank you. Mr. Rasmussen?
Well, it certainly was a pleasure to see the principals here and all the good news in the schools.
Mr. Rasnick, could you speak in the microphone? There you
Yes,
go.
probably I was looking to the side.
We want to thank you, sir.
I said I was very pleased to see all the principals here and all the positive things that are going on in the school. And environment, positive environment is sometimes a little elusive, but it certainly makes a difference in how things go, whether we're successful or not in what we do. In one way or another, I've been in the school system 50 years, and I've had my heart broken more than once. Usually the worst was seeing a student pass away, and I had 3 or 4 in my time. It hurt more each time. We're in a very difficult environment, and sometimes we get lax on paying attention to important things like making sure we, in the elementary, primary and elementary, to make sure we recognize each child each day in a positive manner. Same thing go all the way up the line, just in a different way probably. Make sure that people just, as best we can, be good to each other. And treat each other with respect. Let their dignity be intact, no matter what the challenge comes. Some things are just hard in life. We don't know the backgrounds to all the children. We don't know what difficulties they have. When I see the numbers regarding fentanyl deaths in this county and drug overdoses, etc., you can read the court, what the courts say, and who usually, you probably know some of those people. Everybody doesn't come from a family where love is prevalent. We're going to church as a way of life. Some children grow up without those advantages, and it certainly shows sometimes in ways that are not acceptable. I think that putting trust in them and leading them and giving them the opportunity to participate in activities that bring that out, bring out the best in them. And I don't care what the situation, there's some good to be found, I think, in everyone. And that needs to be taken advantage of. Build on the goodness. And if there's weaknesses there or disabilities or whatever a child may face and difficulty, whatever difficulty, we need to be there to, hold them up and let them know that they're important. Let them know that we love them. And sometimes we get so busy with SOLs and all the other things that come our way, that challenges, and they're important. But I think that love and respect and the dignity of a child, all those things mean an awful lot too. We don't really grade on much of that. Treating people right, that should always be where we all that are involved should get an A in that regard. For those of us that don't, we're not given the service. Just a kind word, seeing something out of order, look every day to see that everything is in order in a very pleasant, humble, professional manner. Deal with people as they were family. I wish we could deal with all people like that. I know that's a high bar. But I will work and do anything I can to make everyone, especially our children, as safe as they can be. There's no plan or device that's going to be 100% in anything. Treating people right, doing the right thing, setting the right climate, treating children and adults with respect will bring you a lot more than any screening device or whatever it might have. Just being good to people, respecting people, treating each other as somewhere I read, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. Children live under that rule as well as all of us adults should. Where we disagree, and there will be some disagreements, I guess, on whatever this board does. Somebody will disagree with some part of it probably, but I can assure you, all 5 of us up here, I mean, all of us around this table, and the one absent, we all have family in this school. They're no more important than all the other children here. We're all the same. And we all want the same thing. It's just a matter of us all getting together and try to maybe minimize some of the negative things and replies that come up and think about a way to make it positive. The outcome is better for everyone, and especially our children and their families.
Thanks, Mr. Mull.
It's hard to follow a man of Mr. Rasnick's caliber. This has been a really good meeting. And it's good. It's good to see concerned people come and voice their opinion and their concerns. That gives us, as a board, an opportunity to do better, to create policy, to make our school a safer place. And then to hear this good news and the hard work that Mr. Owens and Mr. Whitner and Mr. Neese has done in their staffs, it's quite remarkable. We have, and I'll say this, we have 3 of the greatest principals right here at Ridgeview there is in Southwest Virginia anywhere. And to hear Karen Martin and the work that she's done with better attendance and those looking at those statistics in a short period of time, what that policy's been able to do. Now, I don't know if Karen is up to the caliber of the other principals. That's supposed to be funny. But all of us, we are all blessed. We're all blessed to sit here and to have each other. And it's a big circle, and we're all inside of it. And I want to thank each one of you all for being here tonight and the dedication that you've given to our school system and our children.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. But before I forget it again, I'm going to repeat what I forgot it after I said I was going to say it anyway. But all I was going to say is that, a lot of folks mentioned the delay sort of after that motion. I just want you to know that I talked to every single one of these guys, including Mr. Hackney, about that motion prior to being here, and they were all in support of it. I guess they were just waiting on the next one to do it. Somebody else is going to do it. So, but anyway, the delay was in no part that they were thinking about.
The truth is,
you just waiting on Mr. Hackney to make a motion, huh?
He usually seconds it.
Now, my delay did not mean I was not in favor. I can tell you that.
Well, very good. Yes, they had all
We're
indicated.
getting a little older with time.
Absolutely. All right, so at this time, we have closed session. We'll go into closed session. In closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711, Paragraph A of the Code of Virginia, there will be a closed session for the purpose of 1, employment issues relating to discussion or consideration of specific individuals for employees as school secretary, bookkeepers, part-time aides, substitutes, FMLA, retirement and resignations, pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A, and 2, to consult with legal counsel regarding the investment of public funds associated with school construction and consultation regarding actual or probable litigation, along with the consultation regarding specific matters requiring legal advice pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-71A, 6, 7, and 8 of the Code of Virginia. Do I hear a motion to go into closed session?
So,
Do I hear a second? Yeah, a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Is there a motion to come out of closed session? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? We are now out of closed session. Ms. Robinson, will you please read the certification?
Yes, sir. Whereas the Dickenson County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved that the Dickenson County School Board hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only the public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Would you please certify?
I certify. I certify.
I certify. Are there any motions that come from closed session?
I
Is there a
second that.
Got a second? Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there any other business to discuss? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second? And a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?